The nation mourns the death and remembers the life of the 41st President of the United States, George Herbert Walker Bush. He died Friday night at the age of 94. The casket of the former president is en route to Joint Base Andrews from Ellington Field in Houston, Texas, for his final trip to Washington, D.C. You're watching live coverage from the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey, and I'm joined by Karen Tumulty, columnist covering national politics, who also wrote our obituary of George H.W. Bush. Karen, thanks so much for being here. Sure. We'll be bringing you live and uninterrupted coverage all afternoon into the evening as the former president's casket arrives at Joint Base Andrews and then makes its way into Washington, D.C. and to the U.S. Capitol. Karen, as we learned of the former president's death Friday night and into Saturday, the tributes just started pouring in. What stands out to you as you've had the weekend to reflect on his legacy?
Well, George Herbert Walker Bush came to the presidency definitely with broader experience than any president who had ever stepped into the Oval Office. And his legacy is really a mixed one. It's a paradox. On the one hand, he was incredibly sure-footed on foreign policy at a moment when not just the country but the world needed somebody like that on the international stage. The Soviet Union was breaking up, the Berlin Wall was coming down, the Eastern Bloc was coming apart. You know, all of these things were very dangerous events, and he somehow helped guide them to resolution in a way that made it almost look inevitable, which it certainly wouldn't have been without somebody as sure-footed and steady on the tiller. On the other hand, he was a one-term president, in part because he was unable to sort of connect with the American people on the domestic front, particularly at a time when the economy was really coming downward. So we saw in 1 year, his approval rating went from close to 90% after the first Gulf War. I didn't even know you could get that high in polling, to down in the 20s and 30s by the time Election Day rolled around.
Such a tight timeline. We're not talking years of time between those two numbers.
Exactly. The sort of reversal in political fortunes was just extraordinary.
You're seeing images live here at Joint Base Andrews as we await the casket to arrive. Also, members of the Bush family have come from Houston on that transport as well. The plane he'll be arriving on is Air Force One, although we technically think of it as Air Force One when the President of the United States is on board. But it has essentially been loaned out today for this purpose, and it's Special Air Mission 41. And that's how the former president is traveling on this final journey to Washington, D.C. You can see there the photographers waiting, and I want to show you a sense of what we'll be seeing over the next few days, because these are days of mourning and days of remembrance that are coming along. So as soon as the plane lands here at Joint Base Andrews, we will be watching the motorcade go through Washington and get to the U.S. Capitol building. There'll be an arrival ceremony at the U.S. Capitol building. We have some reporters who are out there. We'll check in with them in a little while because people are already lining up to watch this historic moment. And then President George H.W. Bush will lie in state. And that will be the case all day tomorrow, Karen. People can go and pay their respects. Then on Wednesday, funeral events. We see the departure from the Capitol and the arrival of the motorcade at the National Cathedral. The National Cathedral is where the funeral will be held. We'll see the President of the United States be there, Donald Trump, also former presidents. And then once again, we'll head back to Joint Base Andrews to arrive back in Ellington Field, Texas, to St. Martin's Episcopal Church. Those are the events on Wednesday. And then turning to Thursday, the final day of national mourning. You can see the funeral service will be there in Texas. And then the final arrival at Texas A&M, where the George Bush Presidential Library and Museum is located. And he'll be buried next to his wife, of course, Barbara Bush, as well as their daughter, Robin, who died at the age of 3, Karen.
That's right. And Robin's death, I think, both Bushes would say was the single saddest event of their life. She died at the age of 3 of leukemia in the early 1950s. It was something that both tested their marriage and made it stronger.
There have been so many memories and tributes talking about the temperament of former President George H.W. Bush. I think that's really standing out in our moment right now of just such fractured political discourse. But he talked about a kinder, gentler administration when he became president, which was maybe made the Reagans bristle a little bit because he had served as vice president to Ronald Reagan, of course. But what was he trying to communicate in this idea of a kinder, gentler nation?
It was George Herbert Walker Bush was a man of impeccable manners and sort of a elegant bearing. There was a real sort of almost paradox to it, because he did his currency of connecting with people was the handwritten note. He wrote thousands and thousands of them over the course of his life, and he really developed intense personal relationships. It was almost a joke. You were guaranteed to get a thank you note, no matter what transaction you may have had with him.
Even if you were a combative journalist going head to head with him.
But sometimes people mistook that grace for weakness, and in fact, this was also a man who volunteered for the Navy to become a pilot for very hazardous duty on his 18th birthday. He goes into World War II. He almost loses his life. And there was a real toughness to George H.W. Bush that would sometimes be hard to see underneath the sort of graciousness and grace of his manners.
He put off going to college and instead enlisted and became one of the youngest pilots in the service. And as you mentioned, he was shot down over the Pacific. He was rescued. However, 2 of his crewmen died. How did that form him as a person?
It was something that he never talked about a lot, but I think George Bush was almost an exemplar story of an entire generation that had their youth cut short, first by the Great Depression, which did not affect his family much. They were quite wealthy, but then by the war. And he was also someone driven by this need for public service, this call to duty. And I think that what he did on his 18th birthday was in many ways just the first of many, many times where his country would call on him to perform different roles. He was envoy to China before we had an ambassador there. He headed the CIA. He was the Republican Party chairman. He was a congressman. There were many, many times that his country would ask him to step up for duty, and he was always there.
Well, as we mentioned, people are already outside of the U.S. Capitol building. The images you're seeing now are at Joint Base Andrews, but the U.S. Capitol is where the casket will go later on this afternoon. And our very own Hannah Jewell is right outside the Capitol, already talking to people. Hannah, thanks so much for joining us. What are you hearing so far?
Thanks, Libby. That's right. I'm here in front of the Capitol Visitor Center, and I've been talking to some of the first people who have come here to line up to be the first to see George H.W. Bush lying in state in the Capitol Rotunda, an honor reserved for presidents, among others. If you are in the Washington area or able to get here, he will be there for visitation between 7:30 p.m. tonight is when the public will begin to be able to see, all the way through till 7 a.m. on Wednesday. And this is a service that will be going all the way through. In the middle of the night, people can come and visit and pay their respects to the former president. You can come and enter here at the Capitol Visitor Center. There are lines that are forming. It's quite easy to see. There's lots of fences here and Capitol Police to help you. A thing to remember if you want to come and visit is to basically don't bring any of the things that you wouldn't bring on a plane. And that includes any sort of weaponry, of course, but also flowers are not wanted because there's nowhere to put them here, or sealed envelopes or packages. And if you have congressional credentials, then you can get in basically whenever. The streets are closed around here, and to not bring a bag that is bigger than 18 inches wide, 14 inches high, 8.5 inches deep. So have a look at your closet at an appropriate sized bag. And there's no photography inside, but you can bring your cell phone, but it can't be on. So having got all that out of the way, I've been talking to people who have come from all over the country. And first of all, I have one of the very first members in line, Teresa. What number in line are you?
I guess I'm 3 or 4, right? I'm behind these folks over here, and they're 2 and 3, so I guess I'm 4.
People have been getting to know each other. So what has brought you here today, Teresa?
Well, I'm a retired history teacher, and I've just recently relocated to Alexandria, and I thought that it's a great opportunity to come here to participate in some history, to show respect for a very fine president, to meet some of the other people that are here, and to show respect to his family. I was saying that I lost my mom this year, and it's really big. And so it's, yes, we lost our president, but the Bush family lost their dad and their Gampy, and I want to show my respect for that as well.
We spoke earlier about your admiration for this president's civility, and I wonder if you think that that kind of politician still exists in 2018.
Yes, we did. And as I said, I certainly hope so. And I believe it does. I believe they do. And I think that this is a really important time to take that, to take the George Bush's diplomacy, his civility, his decency, his humanness, and to really highlight it and to show the respect that it deserves. And hopefully that will continue to inspire others to regain what we seem to have lost over the years.
Is there a moment from the Bush presidency that you particularly remember stands out that has led you to have this respect for him many years later?
I think it's the stories of him, to be very honest. Though when I think about the way he conducted and led our country at the end of the Cold War, I know that there were many people involved, but his leadership, his dignity that he bestowed upon others that were involved in this is really, really important for us to remember.
And as a history teacher, that history is important to you, I'm sure.
Yes, and I remember teaching it. I was a new teacher at that point in time, and the excitement of following the events, of bringing it to my students, of participating in it myself, and just
We're perhaps
really
watching now.
it unfold.
Thank you so much for talking to us, Teresa. I'll be here talking to more people as a few dozen people begin to gather to visit the president in the rotunda. Thank you.
Hannah Jewell outside the Capitol, continuing to talk to people gathered. I do want to mention that Wednesday is officially a national day of mourning for the former President Karen, and so most federal employees will have an excused day off work. This is by executive order of President Trump. So the city of Washington, D.C., as well as the nation, is really pivoting its attention to the legacy of President George H.W. Bush. I'd like to bring Dan Baltz into our conversation, chief correspondent covering national politics. He joins us from Harvard University in Cambridge. Dan, thank you so much for joining us. You reported on the last hours of the former president. And one of the things I think that really stood out to so many of us were his final words, and as being such personal, heartfelt and loving words to his son, the 43rd president. Please tell us more about those final hours.
Well, this all comes from James A. Baker, who was the Secretary of State during the Bush presidency, but who was for 40 years really the closest friend and advisor that former President Bush had. And he related those final hours. He had made 3 visits to the Bush house that day, starting at 7:15 on Friday morning. The former president had had several very tough days. He had not gotten out of bed for, I believe, 3 days. He had not eaten anything the day before. Secretary Baker said, I'm an early riser. I got up, I went for a long walk, and I wanted to go see my friend. And so he went over that morning and arrived at 7:15. And one of the caregivers there said to President Bush, Mr. President, Secretary Baker is here. And the president was sitting up in bed and seemed alert, and he said to Secretary Baker, Bake, which is what he called him, Bake, where are we going? Baker, who had always called him Mr. President in the White House, told me that once they were out of the White House, he always called him Jefe, which is Spanish for chief. And he said, Jefe, we're going to heaven. And the president said, that's where I want to go. Baker thought that at that point, the president was rallying a bit on that Friday morning. He ate a big breakfast, and Baker left, I don't know, 9:30 or thereabouts, and thought, well, maybe he's going to rally as he has done before. And he and his wife, Susan, were going out to dinner and decided they would pay a visit before dinner to see the president again, and they got over there about 5:45. And he said things were going downhill a little bit. He said it wasn't critical, but he could see that some of the vital signs were not as strong as they had been earlier in the day. But there were a number of people there, including Ronan Tynan, the Irish tenor who had become friends with the president and who was paying him a visit, and Gene Becker, who is the longtime chief of staff to President Bush, suggested that Tynan sing something, and he chose Silent Night. And President Bush mouthed the words as others sang, or others listened to Ronan Tynan. He sang another song in Gaelic. The Bakers left for dinner, and as they were returning to their home after dinner, they got a call and said, "You should probably come over here." And so they went back 8:30 or thereabouts, and at that point, there were calls going out to or coming in from the children, the president's children. And the last call was from George W. Bush, 43, to President Bush, 41. And we all know the very, loving relationship that George H.W. Bush and George W. Bush had. And George W. Bush said, "You've been a wonderful dad. I love you very much." And President Bush said, "I love you too." And those were the last words he spoke. And it was in many ways a fitting conclusion, because family was so important to George H.W. Bush. There were a lot of things that were important to him, but I would venture to say there was probably nothing more important than family. His 70-plus years married to Barbara Bush, whom he lost earlier this year, which was obviously a big blow, and a relationship with his children that was loving, and to the end, very, very bonding. So Jim Baker said it was a very sweet day in many ways, and the passing of his life was very peaceful and in some ways easy. And I think everyone was relieved that it happened in the way that it did.
Karen, when you reach the age of 94, you have time to assess your life. And while George H.W. Bush did not pen many autobiographies, he did have time to reflect. He was a reflective man. We know that through his letters. How did he assess his life? What did he prioritize? We just heard Dan talk so movingly about his relationships and his family.
And at one point, someone asked him, "Of everything you've done, what are you proudest of?" And he said, "I'm proudest of the fact that my children still come home." So that really does tell you about his priorities. In terms of his professional achievements, he would really avoid kind of putting his own assessment on them. He would refer to legacy as the L word, and he says, "I just leave it to other people to decide that."
Of course, seeing his son become president, and then the inability of Jeb Bush to become president in this last election cycle, which many in Republican Party ranks thought might be a foregone conclusion at one point. It's hard to even go back to that time in the sort of the pre-Donald Trump era. How did he reflect on the political legacy, the political dynasty of the Bush family?
He was very proud of his son, and also he and Barbara Bush were both a little sort of sensitive, though, about the dynastic comparisons. So on the one hand, it was pretty clear that George W. Bush's election, his inauguration 8 years after his father had sat on that inaugural stand and had handed the presidency over to a Clinton.
After just one term.
Exactly. I think that was a sort of a vindication for him, but he was always very sensitive. For instance, when George W. Bush took the country to war in Iraq, his most disastrous decision, a lot of people thought, well, he was just trying to finish his father's business. His father had left Saddam Hussein in power. And both Bush father and Bush son would say, that was just not it, and it was an unfair sort of comparison.
Dan, you wrote in one of your pieces this weekend that President H.W. Bush was not above rough politics. We have talked, Dan, a little bit about the kinder, gentler nation he hoped to fashion through his presidency. Talk to us about some of the rough politics.
Well, he was a competitor. He was a very fierce competitor, and I think anybody who makes it to the presidency has to be a very tough political competitor. And the 1988 campaign was not an uplifting campaign by any means. I mean, as we recall, there was the whole issue of the prison furlough program that Governor Dukakis had instituted. There was the explicit Willie Horton ad, which was not run by the Bush campaign, but by an outside group in behalf of then Vice President Bush. He attacked Dukakis for an issue having to do with Pledge of Allegiance in the schools. He campaigned in flag factory, at a flag factory. The Democrats thought this was low politics. The Republicans and then Vice President Bush felt that this was within the bounds of what you do in a tough campaign. But I recall that when that campaign finished, it was almost as if he wanted to brush it off his suit of clothes. He said something like, this is a paraphrase, but that was the campaign and that was politics. Now it's time to govern. And it was as if he could try to compartmentalize what he had done in the campaign and the lengths to which he was prepared to go to win that election, but then turned right around and basically said, now it's down to business. So, that is in the nature of somebody like President Bush and other politicians. Politics is a rough business, and sometimes people go outside the boundaries and some people stay right on the edge of them. And that '88 campaign was a tough campaign.
Dan, as you're talking, we're also looking at images of that plane coming into Joint Base Andrews. You can see it there on approach. That's Special Air Mission 41 carrying the body of President George H.W. Bush, as well as, of course, family members that have come from Houston as well. Karen, you covered that 1988 campaign. Tell us about your memories of it in terms of political tone and how it felt then, and perhaps you have different reflections of it now, seeing where politics has gone.
Yes, we've certainly seen a lot rougher, I think, since then. The Willie Horton ad was a shocking moment, but again, by the standards of what we have now become used to, and specifically the sorts of rough culture that social media has created, it also seems like a sort of a softer time even then. But Dan is right, it was not a campaign that sort of called us to our higher selves. The other thing that was important about that campaign is that George Herbert Walker Bush was trying to do something that was very difficult, which is to get the country to vote for essentially a third term of Ronald Reagan. And as we have seen, I mean, as Hillary Clinton found out in 2016, it is very difficult to get that sort of endorsement of a third term for the same party in the White House.
And in fact, it hadn't happened since the 1830s.
Right.
Yeah. You're seeing the plane land. This is Air Force One, but since it's not carrying the current president, it has been given the special name today, Special Air Mission 41. It's landing at Joint Base Andrews, and we'll continue to bring you these images live. Lee Atwater, who was a manager of George H.W. Bush's campaign, later apologized for that Willie Horton ad.
He did. At the time, he was ill with a fatal illness. I think he died at the age of 40. And it was something that he said, near the end of his life, that he really regretted doing.
Did that create?
Libby,
yes, go ahead, Dan.
I was just going to say there were. 88 was not the only moment when there was some rough politics. In an earlier campaign, there was a fight between Bush and Bob Dole, and I believe this was probably in 1988 in the primaries. And Bush beat him in New Hampshire, and Dole was on NBC afterwards, and I believe it was Tom Brokaw said, "Is there anything you'd like to say to the vice president?" And Dole, who was exceedingly angry at some of the tactics that the Bush campaign had used against him, literally snarled into the screen, "Stop lying about my record." And he was angry at the way Bush had campaigned in that primary. So going back to what I had said earlier, he was a competitor when he was in a political fight and was prepared to take it to his opponents.
Dan, how would you describe the type of republicanism that President Bush represented and how it contrasts with where politics went even in the 90s?
Well, he was a combination of a Yankee Republican, which is obviously a more liberal strain of republicanism and pretty much extinct today. But he was also part of the New South Texas Republicanism. There was really not even a Republican Party to speak of in Texas when he started running for office there in the 60s. And he was in many ways kind of caught between those two worlds. I think many of his instincts were more in the moderate direction. He was not as conservative, for example, as Ronald Reagan was, but he did come out of that kind of Sunbelt conservative politics, and so he adapted to that as much as he could. But one of the things that happened during his presidency was that he abandoned the infamous or famous pledge he had made at the Republican convention, the No New Taxes pledge. And he abandoned that in the name of trying to work out a deal with the Democrats on the budget to bring down the deficit. And I think that moment was one that was in many ways a catalyst for the creation of the Republican Party that followed George H.W. Bush's presidency, which is to say the much harder-edged, much more anti-government Republican Party of Newt Gingrich, and which has continued to shift over the past 2 decades. So he ended up being an unexpected and probably unwitting bridge to a different Republican Party, and one that I think he was uncomfortable with. His son, George W. Bush, tried to bring it back a little bit with compassionate conservatism, but that never quite took with the party as a whole. And so we now see where the party was just before Donald Trump, and now where the party is going under Donald Trump.
And another thing that people questioned about him was the degree to which he would shift his positions on issues to sort of accommodate the political winds. When he ran against Ronald Reagan in the 1980 primaries, he referred to Reagan's brand of economics, supply-side economics, as voodoo economics. And the next thing
I actually thought it was called voodoo economics for a long time. That's how effective that messaging went.
But
really.
then ultimately he signs on to it, which is how he got to his no new taxes pledge that he had to go back on. The same is true over the course of his career on issues like abortion and on gun control. He was perceived as sort of shifting with the political winds, and that kind of that sort of contributed to some of the image problems he had, I think, later in his career.
And conservatives were outraged, Karen, as Dan started to lay out for us, when he went back on his no new taxes pledge.
And as Dan said, there was a young firebrand congressman in the back benches of the House at the time named Newt Gingrich, who walked out of the budget negotiations and really took the fight to his own president over this. And that really did galvanize that wing of the party.
You're watching live coverage as we watch what's typically Air Force One. You can see that jet has just landed. This is carrying the body of President George H.W. Bush. It's come from Houston to land at Joint Base Andrews in Maryland. This plane is a Special Air Mission 41, and we'll bring you this live and uninterrupted as we watch the motorcade leave Joint Base Andrews, head into Washington, D.C., take that route to the U.S. Capitol building, where George H.W. Bush will lie in state. And this is an honor afforded to very few. Only about 30 people have had the honor of officially lying in state in the U.S. Capitol building. And as we heard from our colleague Hannah Jewell earlier, you can start paying your respects this evening at 7:30, excuse me, this evening, all day tomorrow, and then eventually the casket will be moved to the National Cathedral on Wednesday. I want to talk a bit more about some of the domestic policy legacies that George H.W. Bush left us. A big one is Clarence Thomas. And of course, David Souter was the first successful appointment to the Supreme Court, but Clarence Thomas was the second. He still serves on the court. Very controversial in its day. Controversial still to this day, Karen.
That's right, and of course this because it took the whole country through the drama of Anita Hill. Some of his other domestic policy legacies included this budget deal, which I think helped Bill Clinton sort of in his efforts to balance the budget. A lot of people think it ultimately helped tame the deficit and set the country on the path of the economic growth we saw in the 1990s. There's the Clean Air Act. There's the Americans with Disabilities Act. What people forget, though, is how much George Bush also tangled with the Democratic Congress. He embarked on what was known as the veto strategy. He vetoed more than 40 pieces of legislation. I think something like 10 of them were over abortion. and all but one of those vetoes held.
Foreign policy. Much of what happened internationally was thrust upon him, but some of it he got involved with. Operation Desert Storm, as you mentioned, sent his approval ratings soaring. There was not the loss of life of Americans on the scale that people feared.
It was a 100-hour war. And one of the reasons his approval ratings went up were that it felt like a real catharsis for the country after Vietnam. But Bush made a very fateful decision, one that I think, he would defend and the people around him would defend even today, which was to leave Saddam Hussein in power. And in doing that, they really set the course that ultimately led to his son taking us back to war in Iraq.
And there were also concerns that somehow seem lost in history right now of even pushing back on Saddam Hussein as he went into Kuwait. Because even though George H.W. Bush was sort of calling him this evildoer and comparing him to Hitler, a lot of it was about oil and a lot of it was about treasure and money.
Well, it was about the fact that Saddam Hussein had committed an act of aggression and had invaded Kuwait. And you can say that was about oil. You can also say it was about aggression. But I think, George Herbert Walker Bush put together a 30-nation international coalition
Over months.
to go into combat.
This wasn't something that was a quick decision in the course of a weekend or a couple of days. This was months of building coalitions and allying with other nations to figure out a game plan.
So in essence, it was the world against Saddam Hussein. He made sure of that. And that, by the way, was also sort of a contrast with his son and the so-called coalition of the willing.
All right, our colleagues Nicole Ellis and Lee Powell are down in Houston and they've been talking to people there. Let's go now to them, starting with Nicole Ellis. Hi, Nicole.
Hi, Libby. Lee and I are outside of St. Martin Episcopal Church, where the ceremonies here in Houston will take place, and also where the Bush family worshipped for over 50 years. Obviously, you're seeing on your side, as the plane lands, it left Ellington Field here in Houston earlier this morning, and one of the officers on the ground reminded me that sadly, this is not unfamiliar territory, as they did the same for Barbara Bush in April. Lee has been here in Houston and sort of taking a look at the church as they prepare. What have things been like on the ground?
Well, Nicole, I was at the church here earlier this morning, and two things stuck out for me. First, there was an honor guard that was doing its rehearsal in front of the church, from the Washington, D.C. area, from Andrews. And the second thing is, on the other side of the church, kind of if you follow the street that's behind us to the other street, there was a whole line of City of Houston Public Works vehicles that were basically preparing. The crews were out raking leaves, paving whatever needed to be paved, planting grass, prettying up the whole area here, the driveway, the approach to the church where services will begin, events will start happening Wednesday into Thursday.
Yeah, obviously, as a native Houstonian, so much of George H.W. Bush's sort of life and time and legacy here in Houston has, in many ways, already been memorialized, and that's something that you noticed on your way into the city. And I'm curious if you can kind of highlight some of those things that you've noticed and experienced around the city.
Well, in Houston, there are two airports, and the big airport north of the city is Bush Intercontinental Airport, and so of course you know that name when you arrive there. And what was interesting when I arrived last night was one of the big signs at the exit of the airport that said Bush Intercontinental Airport. There was an electronic signboard behind that, and they had already prepared in his image a picture of him with the dates of his birth and death, just sort of memorializing even more the fact that we are in Houston. You're at the airport named after him, and this is sort of a early reminder as you go into the city that this was President Bush's hometown. This is where he was for many years, and they were marking kind of his passing in that very small way.
Absolutely. It's also perhaps worth noting that that you can see some of the rehearsals and preparations taking place behind us at the church. In many ways, I feel like you've seen some of that as well earlier today as the honor guard was preparing. What's been the sort of temperature around?
Well, I think it's interesting that you think about Houston now and Houston compared to when Bush was sort of arriving here and his rise to power, it's two very different places. The city is much bigger, it's much more diverse, it's not as conservative, it's not as Democrat, it's just a whole mix of people. And you just had, hundreds of thousands of people move here in those years. And so it's interesting, I think it will be interesting in the days ahead to see, how fervent the remembrance was of Bush and of the Bush family, because it's been almost 30 years since he's been in office. And of course he lived here, for those years after he left, and was sort of a favorite son of the city. But it will be interesting to see, just the memories that come back, because a lot of people, hundreds of thousands of people that live in the city now, just really have no memory or recollection of his time here, especially of his time when he entered public service way back in the late 50s, early 60s here in the city.
Absolutely. Libby, we're going to toss back to you and learn more about what's happening in D.C.
Thanks so much, Nicole Ellis and Lee Powell, live for us in Houston. Karen, George Bush chose to go to Texas and become a Texan as finding a career in the oil industry after, as you mentioned, service in the military, going to Yale, marrying Barbara Bush, the love of his life, and they got a fresh start in Texas, and that's where he made his political career.
And there's a funny story about that, because after he got out of Yale, his had his heart set on going to work for, I think it was Procter and Gamble. And when he didn't get that job, he I think he had a little bit of help from his family, but he goes off to Texas. It was a pretty amazing thing. He starts a drilling company. His company was enormously successful. It was known for having few, if any, dry holes. And then he also helps bring republicanism to Texas. I'm a native Texan. When I was a little girl, the Republicans in Texas were practically as exotic as people from the Northeast. And John Tower was the senator, and he was a Republican, and the only other Republican name I even knew was Bush, who was a congressman from Houston, but he also ran twice and lost for the Senate.
What did those losses for Senate do to him? I mean, we often look back at the careers of politicians and we notice the highlights. We notice all of his successes, serving as vice president, serving as president, serving as UN ambassador. What about losing?
I think he found other ways to serve, and other opportunities in government opened up for him. And it was in that Senate race where he enlists his close friend and tennis buddy, James Baker, to come and help with the campaign.
Was a Democrat prior to this? I didn't know that till I read the obituary.
And he did this primarily because Baker's first wife had just died, and he thought he needed to do something to fill his time. And their partnership ultimately becomes, probably outside of his family, the most important relationship in his life.
And Baker served in many positions over the years.
For George H.W. Bush, but also for George W. Bush, he negotiated the Florida recount, and also for Ronald Reagan. He was Ronald Reagan's chief of staff and Treasury secretary.
Let's go back to Dan Baltz, who's in Boston. Dan, Karen was talking earlier about how George H.W. Bush was able to mold himself into other forms of republicanism, sort of taking on the characteristics of Reagan when he became vice president and got on that vice presidential ticket, pivoting in some of his messaging and some of his values. Can you tell us more about how he was able to transform himself over the years?
Well, I think any vice president has to adapt to the president. So I think that was a mandatory part of being on the ticket. The interesting thing about him becoming vice president is that he continued to campaign against Reagan very, very vigorously through the primaries, even when it was pretty clear that Reagan was going to be the nominee. Again, going back to this competitive streak, he did not want to get out of the race. And lo and behold, one day, Jim Baker announced that George H.W. Bush was pulling out of the Republican primaries, that he was quitting the race. This came as something of a shock to George H.W. Bush, who thought he was going to continue on through the duration of the primaries. But Baker understood that the longer he took the fight to Reagan, the lower the odds of him having a chance to be on the ticket. And so Jim Baker, who is a shrewd political operator, made the decision that we're going to pull out of this campaign to preserve your viability for the vice presidency. And in 1980 at the Republican convention, Ronald Reagan was in very, very deep negotiations with former President Gerald Ford to put together a ticket of the two of them. And that ultimately collapsed. And Bush's other advisors said, you really need to pick Reagan's other advisors said, you really need to pick George Bush. He would add the most to the ticket. He would help to bring in moderate Republicans to the ticket and make them feel more comfortable about Ronald Reagan. I mean, at that point, there was still a clear fault line in the party between the Reagan conservative wing and the more moderate wing of the party, and George Bush provided that bridge to the other part of the party. But once he was in office, he was a very loyal vice president and adapted to the positions that Ronald Reagan took. You mentioned at the top of the program how he had, as in his inaugural address, talked about a kinder, gentler nation, and that was a way to signal that he was not quite a pure Reagan Republican. So he moved back and forth. But I think in many ways, his ideology was as much pragmatic conservatism as it was either moderate or Reagan conservatism.
Let's take a moment here and watch what's happening at Joint Base Andrews. You're watching live coverage as the body of President George H.W. Bush arrives at Joint Base Andrews in Maryland. He will drive, the casket will be driven along a parade route into Washington, D.C. Road closures all over the city for this occasion. The casket will be taken to the U.S. Capitol building, where Americans can pay their respects over the next 2 days. I'm Libby Casey, and I'm here in the studio with Karen Tumulty. Dan Baltz is also with us from Boston. Karen, as the president left office after that first term, such a disappointment to not win re-election. One of the pieces that the Post published over the weekend was a really touching tribute from former President Bill Clinton, reflecting on the letter that George H.W. Bush left for him and also the friendship they ultimately cultivated. I do want to mention the family is coming down out of the plane now, friends and family. You can see James Baker there right up front, someone who we've talked about at great length, lifelong friend of George H.W. Bush, someone who was with him in his final hours. So, Karen, what do you learn and read from the character of George H.W. Bush based on the reflections of Bill Clinton?
Well, there is a tradition between outgoing and incoming presidents that you leave this note, and it was interesting that H.W.'s advice to Bill Clinton was to sort of savor the office, that there would be difficult times, but that he himself had never felt lonely there. Then he does Bill Clinton a huge favor. He disappears. He would joke that he was going home and loading the dishwasher and walking the dogs. And of course, as we had talked about before, there is a great vindication 8 years later when his son beats Bill Clinton's vice president and becomes president himself. But the two of them really formed their bond years later when they teamed up to do relief for the victims of the tsunami in Asia. And they just seemed to enjoy each other's company. The Bush family would make lots of jokes about how Bill Clinton had become their other brother. I remember one time when Jeb Bush was running, I asked him about that, and he joked and said, well, yeah, some people in my family have kind of gone soft on the Clintons.
You can see there some of the Bush family, such a large family, obviously. I believe it's 17 grandchildren, 8 great-grandchildren. These are some of the family members who've come from Houston. Other family will be joining them here in Washington. So you're not seeing a full picture of the family there. Jeb Bush is among those ranks. You can see him there in the middle. Karen, a day that we knew would come. George W. Bush was 94 years old, and yet so many people who served with him, who were loyalists to him over the years, and family members are finding this to be an incredibly emotional time.
You know, and he has been in bad health. Oh, look, oh my gosh, this is his service dog, who was lying next to his casket last night. So this is touching in and of itself. He had been in ill health for quite a long time. He was suffering from a form of Parkinson's disease. In recent years, he would go into the hospital sometimes for weeks at a time. So it's not like this was unexpected. But and the family certainly had a lot of time to prepare for it. And he had as full of a life, I think, as any human being can have.
And you can see there former President George W. Bush with his wife, the former First Lady Laura Bush, coming off the plane. Jim McGrath, the spokesperson for the Bushes, for George H.W. Bush and the late Mrs. Bush, tweeted out a picture of Sully last night that touched so many people, saying mission complete, with a picture of the dog Sully by the casket, accompanying the former president on this final journey. George W. Bush followed the lead of his father, and once President Obama came into office, he also disappeared. I mean, he really entered private life in a similar fashion, with a lot of grace and stepping back from the spotlight in the same way that his father did when Bill Clinton became president. And I'd mentioned that former President Clinton wrote an op-ed piece in the Washington Post, and he talked about how the friendship with George H.W. Bush has been one of the great gifts of my life. And he just said in this very plain-spoken way, he wrote, I just loved him, which is not a relationship that we sort of see in Washington right now among warring factions.
Well, I mean, the two of them, of course, are in one of the smallest and most exclusive clubs in the world, which is the clubs of ex-presidents. They are, you have to have been in this office to know what it feels like and what it takes and what it takes out of you. People go into office and come out looking much older than the 4 or the 8 years that have passed.
Dan, can you talk to us about George H.W. Bush's life after the White House? What did he see as his goal of contributing after he left the Oval Office? He still, even though, as Karen mentioned, he faded from the spotlight initially, he did stay very engaged. He stayed involved in charitable efforts. He was brought together with President Bill Clinton by his son, George W. Bush. Talk to us about what he did after serving in the White House.
Well, I think that the first thing he wanted to do, as Karen said, was to make space for his successor, though it was such a bitter loss to Bill Clinton in 1992. And I think that there's that kind of elemental graciousness with President Bush that he conveyed to Bill Clinton. And I also think that he recognized political skills in Bill Clinton that he did not think he had. I recall a moment at the White House when President Clinton was launching the fight to get NAFTA approved by the Congress, and there were several other former presidents there, and Bill Clinton gave a typically eloquent advocacy for the NAFTA agreement. And as I recall, President Bush said, now you all understand why he's here in the White House and I'm not.
You're watching live images as the casket of President George H.W. Bush is transferred from Houston, Texas to Joint Base Andrews in Maryland. Soon, the motorcade will depart to the U.S. Capitol building, where Americans can pay their respects starting tonight. I want to go to Dan Baltz for just a few more minutes while we've still got him. Dan, as you've been reflecting over these last couple of days since the president's death on Friday night, what are you remembering? What are we missing from the conversation at this moment that we haven't been hitting on yet today?
Well, we touched on it, but I think it's worth re-emphasizing, and that is the role he played internationally. We talked about the Iraq War. We did not talk about the end of the Soviet Union, the decline of the Soviet Empire. Ronald Reagan's presidency began to end the Cold War, and obviously Mikhail Gorbachev was a critical part of what was going on at that time. But it was left to George H.W. Bush to ultimately manage the end of the Cold War, the breakup of the Soviet Union, and the remaking of a new Europe. And he came to that with obviously a great deal of experience and knowledge about the world, and a sense of how to proceed. And the fact that he pushed immediately very hard for the reunification of Germany against the wishes of some European allies, including Margaret Thatcher, who was deeply skeptical of this for all the obvious reasons of a reunited Europe in the middle of a reunited Germany in the middle of Europe. But he believed that that was essential to the remaking of the new world. I mean, during the Gulf War, he was talking about a new world order. So he thought strategically, but he moved carefully. And I think that the success of that whole enterprise of the remaking of Europe, obviously it's not free of tensions yet, but nonetheless, he pulled that off and was central to that in a way in which it was managed without conflict, without bloodshed. And I think that will be an important part, if not one of the most important parts of his legacy. The other, obviously, is this kind of decency in politics. And we've talked that he was a tough competitor as a politician, but he also had a decency about him in the way he approached things and approached his opponents. And I think everybody is remembering that today as well.
Dan Baltz, Chief Correspondent covering national politics, joining us from Harvard University in Massachusetts. Thank you so much. I'm now joined on set by David Hoffman, contributing editor. Thank you for being here. You covered the years of Vice President George H.W. Bush, also some of his presidency as well. I'd love to hear your thoughts as we talk about the international policy that Dan Baltz was just referring to. Tell us about his international relationships. Who did he connect with? And you've been writing about late night phone calls, early morning phone calls. I get the sense of a man who was restless and sort of constantly in communication.
It's true, and also he loved the idea that he had some private personal relationships that the world wouldn't know about, that in which he could bring off something. And I remember we went to the Middle East in 1986. It was the summer, and we traveled from Israel to Jordan to Egypt and back to Jordan again, and we went to Aqaba on the Gulf, and the Vice President went out on King Hussein's cigarette boat, not unlike his own. And, he wanted to have that private little conversation out there on the boat. And we went back and forth, and at the end, I'm not sure that a lot was accomplished, but it was that feeling he had that he had some gravitas with these people. He could get something done if it was necessary. That was essential to the phone calls, to his sense of who he could trust and not trust.
Those relationships he invested in and built up during the vice presidency, were there moments where it paid off during the presidency?
Well, I think there were many, many moments like that. In fact, even with Gorbachev, with maybe the most important relationship, Gorbachev was very skeptical at the beginning. When Bush was at Governor's Island with Ronald Reagan in the twilight hours of Reagan's presidency, Gorbachev had just given a big speech pulling troops back from Europe, and Reagan was ebullient. He was going out on a high, and they had this meeting on Governor's Island, and Bush was quiet. He was silent, and Gorbachev later told his people, he said, I'm kind of worried. I don't know, if this guy really believes in me. Does he believe in all we accomplished? He was really doubtful. Well, Bush was sort of holding it inside. He did fear that Gorbachev was kind of a competitor. He hadn't signed up for all of the things Reagan had done with Gorbachev. But boy, in that first summer in office in 1989, Europe was exploding. And President Bush, now in office, went to Europe, and he could just see the change, and it touched him. And he said, you know, I've got to do something. He sat down, and he wrote a letter to Gorbachev, and he said, it's time for us to meet. It was past time, but that's how he was.
David Hoffman is my guest. Let's go now to Rhonda Colvin. She joins us from the east side of the Capitol, where President Bush's casket will soon arrive. Rhonda, what have you been seeing so far today?
Hi, Libby. Thanks. Yes, we are at the east side of the Capitol building right now, and this is where the president will be coming later this evening to Lions State to begin that process, which will last from tonight until Wednesday morning before the funeral. We've been here all afternoon, and we've been able to witness the preparedness that goes into an event like this American tradition of government officials being able to Lions State and people, the public invited, to pay their respects. So President Bush will be only the 32nd person to Lions State. Most recently, Senator John McCain in August was the last person to do so, and the last president was Gerald Ford in 2006. So there haven't been many who have had this honor. There have only been 11 presidents so far. This tradition goes back to Abraham Lincoln. After his assassination, that began the tradition of lying in state. And even the casket platform that was used for Abraham Lincoln will be used as well today for President Bush. So this is a long-held tradition, American tradition, and we've been able to see also how the military is involved in this. Actually, off camera, in front of me, members of all branches of the military are lining up right now, awaiting the casket of President Bush. So yes, we're right here at the east entrance of the Capitol, where he will be lying in state until Wednesday morning. Back to you in the studio.
Thanks so much. Rhonda Colvin is there on the east side of the Capitol. And we saw the mayor of Washington, D.C. arriving. We're seeing cabinet secretaries arriving here at the U.S. Capitol building. And this is a moment for leaders of the House and Senate to pay their respects, to come together, much like we saw them do for Senator John McCain just a couple months ago, David. I want you to talk more about the world that President Bush both helped to mold and also inherit. And one thing we haven't talked about yet is Nicaragua and some of the incursions and efforts that he made during his time as president.
We should talk about that, but I think there's a big principle just to start with,
Please.
and that is this. Bush was molded himself, a long career, China, CIA, United Nations, service in the Congress. He was molded by this Cold War imprint on everything. It was a template that governed every region, every decision. We had two blocks, nose to nose. You know, we all remember the nuclear standoff. And so that was what shaped him. And suddenly, when he's in office, this ground just completely shakes under his feet. You know, he gave that speech that Dan Balz noted about the New World Order much later. But what he didn't know is when he was coming to become president, the world was going to reorder itself. The whole world that he knew was going to change. So although we like our leaders to be visionary and imaginative and, you know, to have big ideas for change, this was a time when actually his deep values of prudence and stewardship and good guardianship may have been matched with the fact that the world all around him was changing rapidly. Now, in the case of Central America, this was a conflict that had begun on Reagan's watch, and I think what credit there is for getting it resolved. But there were many other places which I covered his 1988 campaign quite closely. You know, we never heard him talk about a lot of the places in the world that were going to confront him, including, of course, Kuwait. You know, who knew that little Kuwait was going to get gobbled up by Saddam Hussein and trigger a war?
He was able to stay a bit free from the Iran-Contra affair. Did that hurt him politically?
That's an interesting question, but I don't think he was free from the Iran-Contra affair, and I actually think if you look at the things
he had been director of the CIA prior to this, so it's not like he was an outsider coming in with no knowledge in the room.
No, but he was at Reagan's elbow, and Reagan decided to essentially make this deal with the Iranians to sell them these missiles and take the proceeds and divert them to these Contras in Central America. This deal went against what Congress had said we should do. Now, the question is, what did Bush know about that? And at first, and several times, he said, I was out of the loop.
Out of the loop was the key
not
phrase.
out of the loop entirely. And I was with him in Jerusalem in 1986 when he was told about the sale of the missiles and the sequencing of the sale of the missiles. He also had good sources in Central America through the Cuban exiles, who had worked closely earlier. So I think that Bush faced a big problem when this story broke in 1986. He was preparing to run for president, and a big scandal, the biggest scandal of the Reagan presidency, was coming down the pike. So he bobbed and weaved a little bit, and I think that he never fully discussed openly how much he really knew. He was a former CIA director. He loved secrecy. He loved the idea of, he was the secret agent doing stuff behind the scenes. And I'm sure that he thought very carefully about what to say. In fact, we all joked in one of his first remarks on the scandal, he said, well, mistakes were made. And we all said, well, by who, Mr. Vice President? Because it was a nice construct. It could blame somebody, but
the
not
passive
him.
phrasing
The
leaves no
passive
one to
phrasing.
blame. Let's go now back to the U.S. Capitol building. Hannah Jewell is outside, and she's been talking to people who are already gathering to pay their respects to the former president. Hannah.
Thanks, Livy. I'm here with Phil and Samia, who have actually come to town for job interviews, I believe. So if anyone's looking to hire some very professional-looking young millennials. So why did you decide to come here after your interviews to pay your respects to George Bush?
I think as millennials, we grew up during the War on Terror, and we saw a lot of scandals. So it's a nice, like seeing the legacy of George Bush is a nice flashback to a more genteel time in American politics.
It's funny that you have, when we were chatting earlier too, expressed some nostalgia for a thing that you and I both happened before we were born. Do you think that sort of politics, is it that we're hearing stories of another time, or do you think that things have legitimately changed in civility and politics?
I think definitely it's the latter because, I feel like George Bush's politics transcends whatever side you're on, whatever you think, whatever your opinions are.
And you guys are Democrats, correct?
That's right. Everything. So yeah, regardless of what kind of side you're on, definitely there are people who will always love and appreciate the legacy of George Bush. So yeah.
I've talked to a lot of people who are Republicans on all parts of that party, and as well as many Democrats who've been here today, which I think probably says a lot about this president. But I also want to talk to Joanne, who I met, because Joanne has some stories.
How are you?
Thanks, guys. So tell us why you're here today.
I had the pleasure of knowing 41. I met him in 1994. I lived in Singapore, and I used to take him on speaking tours all over Asia Pacific and the Middle East. So we've been to India, Indonesia, Singapore, Korea, the UAE.
And you had some stories about getting in trouble with him, perhaps? I heard.
He was quite a kidder, and yes, we have a lot of good stories. One time I did make the mistake of saying a 4-letter word in front of him after a very long, hard day, and he told me that Barbara Bush would wash my mouth out with soap had she heard it. But he was wonderful to travel with. We traveled commercial airline because we were flying country to country, and there was one time we were flying from Thailand to Shanghai, and we didn't have first class, and actually they mistakenly served him broccoli, which was a faux pas.
Is that a no-no?
That's a no-no. You don't know that? That's the one thing.
I'm too young to know about the broccoli.
You're too young to know it, but broccoli was one thing this president did.
I do know that. He said he was president, so he didn't have to eat his vegetables. Okay.
But he was great. He had his feet up in the bulkhead, and he always wore the presidential seal on the windbreaker, but he had it on these slippers. And I said, "Oh my God, where'd you get those?" He said, "Well, I was the president, So he was great. He was wonderful to travel with. He's a wonderful man. He was all about honor and family and friends, and it's just a really touching day.
What must it feel like to have worked with someone like this, and now to see him in this most grand setting for a funeral procession?
Right. Well, he didn't like anything too grand. His mother always told him, "George, don't be a braggadocio," and so he was really very humble. Very different than the current occupant of the presidency, I will say. I think that he just lived a wonderful life of service. He was really about public service, which he inspired his whole family.
And has inspired so many people to come out here today.
Right.
Thanks so much. Well, back to you, Libby.
Hannah Jewell live outside the U.S. Capitol building where people are gathering to pay their respects. David Hoffman, my guest, contributing editor, covered the vice presidency and presidency of George H.W. Bush, also covered the '88 campaign. So we just heard the reflections of someone who worked with him and for him, talking about the joys of traveling with Mr. Bush, but it was a little more complicated when you're a member of the press corps.
Oh, and it was a much different time.
What kind of a relationship did the press corps have with him during that
We had
'88 campaign?
a very, very testy relationship with him. And, you know, I would say that our relationship was always respectful. This was not a time when a candidate or the press would ever call each other enemies. We knew we were part of an adversarial process that was part of the majesty of American democracy. But we were tough on him, and we would shout questions at him. And sometimes, well, I would say many times, he didn't want to answer the questions, and he would dodge us. He would not answer. He would turn away. And one day, very frustrated, I went to a Radio Shack store, if anybody remembers Radio Shack, and bought a megaphone and started using the megaphone to shout the questions, so he couldn't pretend like he didn't hear them. Right.
Oh my gosh.
I would say that the press corps at that time was different also, because we live today in a world of instant news. But back on campaigns in 1988, the news cycle was once or twice a day. So you would listen for a couple hours to various speeches he would make. You had no cell phone. You actually had very little way to communicate. You would finally write one article, or there'd be one evening television broadcast, maybe twice a day if you count the wires or so on. But generally, the pace that all the candidates were on for all the press corps was sort of the same. Now it's so intense. I think Bush was very old-fashioned. He would not have liked the world of the internet, of cell phones, of Nexus, and especially, he told me, and others, he was very frustrated that I could use my laptop to look up things he had said before. Because he came from a world where the press corps had pencils and notebooks and not laptops. So it always bothered him if someone would say, but Mr. Vice President, you said last year. That really drove him up the wall.
You know, it's so fascinating as you compare this time with that era. And you told me before that even in the 1980s, it chafed George H.W. Bush a bit because it wasn't what he'd come into age with in the 60s and 70s, when reporters had much more of a wink and a nod to politicians' behavior and sort of more of more of an allowance to let politicians get away with things.
I think also the Bushes, they're a political clan, and they have some very well tested and worked out methods as a family and as a group. And one of those was to look out at the reporters and see, you know, who's with us and who's not, and for the family, who's a friend of the family and who's not. And some of us fell maybe a little bit outside the circle, and some didn't. But that was their way of, let me give you a story. Bush once went to Camp David after the election, and before I think he took office, or maybe soon after he took office, and he asked his press secretary, Marlin Fitzwater, can I please have the picture and the bio of every single journalist who's going to cover me? And Marlin said, well, that's like a ton of people. What are you going to do? And he says, I'm going to memorize it. So he really cared about that personal connection, and he wanted to know which of those journalists were going to be maybe a little bit easier on him, because he came from a culture, an old world culture, we used to call sort of the press lobby, where reporters would really stand in the lobby. And this idea of them having laptops and instant communication and holding people to account, it was a little bit hard. He was at the cusp of that change, but he was from the old school.
We're seeing members of the president's cabinet arrive. We just saw Ryan Zinke a little bit ago, Steve Mnuchin coming to the U.S. Capitol building for the ceremony, which will unfold in about an hour or so, a little later on from now. David, how did he feel about the Washington Post and your coverage of him?
One of the things that he really understood was how we worked. He understood the role that major papers and television networks played. At the time, it was much simpler. Again, if you subtract this enormous amount of digital news that we have today and just have a couple of major papers and television, he realized that we were actually a small group following him around. So when the paper came out at night, people would line up outside the Post to get the first edition, and that was sort of the equivalent of breaking news. It was very quaint. And Bush was from an earlier time when you spent your day with these reporters and hoped that they would convey what you said. I feel like he understood Mrs. Graham and Don Graham. I mean, he knew who the leaders of the paper were. He knew who the reporters were. The late Ann Devroy, who was a friend of mine and my colleague covering him, was very, very tough on him. And she broke more stories about things going on that he didn't like, and yet he was a perfect gentleman to her and very, very sweet. She died of cancer. He wrote her a letter urging her not to give up the fight. And that's the kind of guy he was, that even in the adversarial cockpit of the press coverage, he was always, always a gentleman.
You went over to the State Department in the 1990s. Foreign policy is something you've covered extensively. Let's talk more about the legacy that President George H.W. Bush leaves behind in terms of foreign policy. Tiananmen Square happened during his time in office. How did he react to that, and what was pivotal about that moment?
You know, it was funny because I'd gone to Beijing with him earlier, and he considered himself a China hand. He hadn't served there long, and he had been there at a time before relations, but he had a very clear-eyed understanding that Deng Xiaoping was leading China in a new direction, and that was of enormous strategic importance to the world and the United States. So when the massacre happened in Tiananmen Square, you know, it was a time of great upheaval. It was in that spring when he was trying to decide what to do with the Soviet Union, and he was getting a lot of pressure, and he was sort of always cautious and prudent and not wanting to make a mistake. This huge massacre happened, and there were a lot of calls for Bush to be very, very strong and to do really, really tough things. And he balked, and he sort of said, look, I don't want to destroy our relationship with China because I know it's going to be really important. So frankly, he seemed at the time to be going slow. But about 9 or 10 days into this, he sat down at an IBM Selectric typewriter. Remember, he didn't have a computer, and he typed out a 10-page letter to Deng Xiaoping himself, which he basically said, look, I've got to do some things because this has been a big mistake, but I'll give you some breathing room, okay? I'm not really going to cut off relations with the emerging China. So his strategic idea about the importance of China was larger, even though I think everybody found what had happened in Tiananmen to be such an abhorrent massacre.
What was the legacy of that decision? You talk about the prudence and the pause, but there was such a concern about the extraordinary human rights violation that China had committed.
Well, I think one legacy of this is our focus even today. You know, we continue to try and hold governments to account, including China, for human rights violations, which continue today. A lot of people feel Bush didn't do enough, and I think that's a serious case that can be made that maybe he should have been a little tougher. But I was trying to get at the strategy of the man and what he really thought. He thought in terms of big strategy, but he was slow. He was careful. He didn't want to make a mistake. He was the no drama guy before Obama.
Let's go now to our colleague Eugene Scott. He joins us by phone from Boston, and Eugene covers identity politics for The Fix and has been writing about the relationship that President Bush had with the African American community, especially in light of the Willie Horton ad, which was a key part of his presidential campaign. Eugene, thanks so much for being with us. Why did you want to explore this topic right now?
Well, I thought it was very important as people reflect on President Bush's legacy that we be comprehensive in analyzing his impact on Americans and individuals abroad as well. And stateside, when it comes to identity politics, which is obviously a popular topic in the Trump political climate, the truth is when you look at the Bush presidency and the campaign that led to it, we definitely saw a candidate who was aware of the cultural anxiety that many Americans, particularly white Americans in rural communities, were wrestling with that years later played a huge part in Trump's success in 2016.
Eugene, the Willie Horton ad was pivotal. It really hurt Dukakis and his campaign. It was something that later one of the architects of that apologized for. But what did it do for the relationship between the future President George H.W. Bush and the African American community?
Well, this was a time where there was not as much analysis and introspection taking place about the long-term implications of tough on-crime policies to black communities and black families for decades to come. And so many conservative lawmakers and quite frankly moderate Democrats as well really were supportive on tough crime laws and they believed that the best way to respond to individuals who were suspected of breaking laws was to give them harsh sentences. This worldview disproportionately impacted Black Americans, and so Black Americans were already suspicious of any candidate who thought that the best way to respond to criminal activity was to just be tougher. But Bush knew that many of the people he needed to support him were supportive of the idea of just harsher laws, even though they were not proven to be as effective at rehabilitating individuals as people would, want if the goal is ultimately to help people transition back into society better. These ads in particular, weekend passes and revolving door coming directly from the Bush campaign, pretty much blamed Dukakis for a weekend furlough program, which quite frankly was pretty common across the United States. At least 15, maybe 16 states had them, and blamed Dukakis for allowing convicted felons to spend time outside of prison, and therefore putting Americans at risk of causing some type of being the victim of some type of crime. And in the advertisements, the Bush campaign and a political action committee supportive of the Bush campaign highlighted the story of a Black man convicted of murder while out on furlough, sexually assaulting a white woman as well as stabbing her fiance. And all of this played into racial stereotypes of Black men being desexualized brutes who needed to be kept away from innocent white women for the public safety of the larger population. And that really hurt Bush with Black voters who were already suspicious of him for his lack of support of the Civil Rights Act in 1964, as well as his response to the crack cocaine epidemic in inner city neighborhoods when he was over the CIA.
He never apologized for the Willie Horton ad and the two ads that came out and attacked Michael Dukakis, even though, as I mentioned, Lee Atwater did. It was not something that George Bush talked about on the record in an apologetic way.
Absolutely not, and that certainly hurt Black voters with the Republican Party as a whole, who saw their local lawmakers adopt stronger tough-on-crime laws following this ad that Black Americans feel like disproportionately harmed their communities and families opposed to helping them.
Joining us by phone, thanks so much for taking the time to speak with us. So you're seeing the motorcade procession here. Among those gathered, the diplomatic corps. We're also seeing other dignitaries, members of President Trump's current cabinet gather in the U.S. Rotunda. And we saw an aerial shot a little while ago, David, that was just the catafalque, which is that black platform that goes back to the days of President Lincoln, and that is where the casket will be and where President George H.W. Bush will lie in state. We do expect to see this evening eulogies by some of the major leaders, the Speaker of the House, the Majority Leader, as well as the Vice President, and then the placing of the wreaths will take place, and we'll also see members of the Bush family, of course, attending this and getting a moment to pay their respects to the casket before the doors open later this evening for the public to go in. Let's head to Rhonda Colvin, who is on the east side of the Capitol building. Rhonda.
Yes, we're still here at the east side of the Capitol where we're expecting any minute now members of the Bush family, other dignitaries who will precede the casket of President George H.W. Bush. Right now behind me, the Capitol Police are getting in position to receive that delegation of people coming in. We also have off camera in front of me members of the Honor Guard composed of all the branches of the military in front of me, and they are in standing position right now. So right now here, everyone is waiting to see the next arrivals, and we'll report what's next as soon as we see and hear the motorcade. Back to you.
Thanks so much, Rhonda. If you have a Capitol Hill credential, you can pay your respects this evening, but the public is allowed in at 7:30 tonight, and then there'll be an opportunity to pay respects to George H.W. Bush tomorrow during the Capitol all day. We heard from our colleague Hannah Jewell that the entrance is through the Capitol Visitor Center, and the public can go in, David. They can pay their respects as part of the great American tradition. The Vice President, Mike Pence, arriving. We do expect to see him give remarks this evening in the rotunda. Lying in state is an honor that has only been afforded to, I think this is the 32nd person, some 30 people, that's it. It's reserved for the likes of presidents. You can see here some of the motorcade coming through, David.
You know, I think also when you see this, you realize Bush was very much a creature of Washington. He was not an outsider. He took people from the military, intelligence agencies, from the Congress. All the people from the Washington establishment served in his administration. This is the Washington establishment showing up to pay tribute because he was very much of them. He respected their opinions. He put them in his cabinet. When times were tough, he turned to the experts. Once when he was at the CIA, you know, he had a very, very tough decision to make that was pitting the insiders of the CIA, the experienced analysts, against some critical outsiders. And he let them have that argument, that debate. But in the end, he sided with the pros, with the professionals, with the insiders, because George Bush was, even though he portrayed himself as a Texan or even sometimes as a New England Yankee, he was really a Washington insider.
Someone who came from the East Coast, really the elite of the East Coast, his father eventually becoming a senator from Connecticut. Prescott Bush, someone who made his own fortune in Texas with some help from his family, of course, helping open doors for him. But then, as you say, he became a creature of Washington in his various roles of service, culminating in a term as president. David, we think of now the popularity of distancing oneself from Washington and distancing oneself from the insiders. Was that something that was happening in this era?
No, Reagan used to talk about himself as, I'm just a citizen politician. It wasn't true with Reagan either. He was a through and through politician also. But it was very fashionable, has always been, to cast yourself as just a citizen. But Bush, he never adopted that. He said in one of his early campaign slogans, a president we won't have to train. And he took that as a badge of honor. He was proud of the fact that he had had this Washington insider experience.
What was his relationship like to members of Congress as we watch some images here from inside the U.S. Capitol?
Question, and there was a critical moment when he was preparing.
And can I just interrupt you one moment? We see there the justices of the Supreme Court gathered, including Clarence Thomas, someone who, of course, was appointed by George H.W. Bush. Please continue, David.
Bush had a very, very difficult moment with the Congress because he was preparing to carry out the war against Saddam Hussein's invasion of Kuwait. He did not have congressional approval, and he wanted it. He was lobbying for it. He was organizing a huge force to start this war, and he was privately, very privately, I never knew this until recently, very panicked that the Congress wouldn't go along. And if the war turned bad and if there were high casualties, they might try to impeach him. And he was so depressed about this, he pushed very hard. Eventually, Congress approved a military action based on the UN resolution that was limited, and Bush heaved a sigh of relief. But then when it was all over, he had Congress, the war was pretty successful. He realized he had not pushed Saddam Hussein out of power, and that was another round of despondency. The thing about this man that we've learned some since, especially with revelation of his diaries in John Meacham's book, is that he was introspective and he was sometimes uncertain of himself. He wasn't Mr. Perfect. You know, he was in a very, very difficult time, and sometimes he got depressed about it.
I want to ask you before we let you go a little more about his foreign policy. One of the places he left a legacy was Panama back in 1989 with the attempt to overthrow Manuel Noriega. Why was this decision made? How did it go?
You know, the most important thing about that, it was a limited military operation and successful, but up until the Bush presidency, all the way through Reagan, even through Carter, the country had struggled with this thing called the Vietnam Syndrome. The war in Vietnam had left every president very reluctant to take any kind of military action. And when you think about it, Ronald Reagan's record in military action was not very strong. He had the little operation in Grenada, and then we had a terrible disaster in Lebanon, in which 241 service people lost their lives. But Reagan didn't undertake any offensive military action because the fear of another Vietnam haunted the country and its leaders. And I think Bush, first a little bit with Panama, but especially with the Gulf War, broke the Vietnam syndrome. He showed that American military power could be effective and that we didn't have to worry about a long, difficult quagmire. Now, that was unique to his time. We've had some bad experiences since then, but his real legacy is he actually showed that if you had overwhelming support and overwhelming power and a really good cause, that we didn't have to walk around haunted by this Vietnam syndrome any longer.
David Hoffman, thank you so much. I want to go back to Rhonda Colvin, who's on the east side of the U.S. Capitol building watching all of these arrivals. Rhonda, we just saw a few moments ago James Baker and his wife arrive.
Yes, we are still here outside of the east side of the Capitol building, where we are expecting now any minute the casket with President George H.W. Bush. Right now we're seeing everyone get in position. The officers of the military are in front of me off camera. They're getting in position. We also have officers, security. All of it has sort of tightened up since we last spoke to you. So it appears that any minute this could happen. We also are seeing Marine One and other helicopters fly over us, so we are anticipating that this could happen at any moment right now. As said earlier, President George H.W. Bush is only the 32nd person to lie in state here in the Capitol Rotunda. It is an honor reserved for government officials, members of Congress, former presidents, and also members of the public who Congress deems have played some role in history can also be extended this honor. Most recently, that was in February with Billy Graham. So 2018 has been sort of a year, an unusual year as far as people being able to lie in state. As I mentioned, we had Billy Graham. We also had Senator McCain in August. And now this is the third in just one calendar year. So it takes a lot of preparation from what I understand. For a president, it's preparation that actually starts shortly after they're inaugurated. The plans for their funeral procession and the days leading up to their funeral is written out and sketched out by family members and the president himself when they are first inaugurated. So we have watched this afternoon as we have been here throughout the day as there's been practices. The Honor Guard has been practicing playing different hymns, Hail to the Chief. So they did several rounds of that, making sure that every I is dotted and T is crossed here when this actually happens. So any moment now we should be seeing that motorcade arrive behind me. He will be going up the steps, being taken in, escorted by members of an Honor Guard, escorted up the steps and placed in the Capitol Rotunda. Earlier I also mentioned that he will be placed on the same platform that Abraham Lincoln was placed on. And that is when the tradition of lying in state began, was with Abraham Lincoln. So it is sort of a rich and patriotic tradition here in the country that we've only seen a few times. So we will be seeing that begin tonight around 7:30. The official lying in state will begin, and that will go until Wednesday morning about 8:45 a.m. before the funeral. So that's the way things are happening right here, right now, and I will send it back to you in the studio, Libby.
Rhonda Colvin, thank you so much. And you can see there live images of the motorcade as it moves into Washington, D.C., heading for the U.S. Capitol building. We saw a few moments ago leadership of the House. We saw Nancy Pelosi, leader of the Democrats. We saw Kevin McCarthy, a leader of the Republicans. We do expect to hear the Speaker of the House, the Majority Leader of the House, and the Vice President all say some words here at the U.S. Capitol Rotunda in just a little while. Hannah Jewell is also outside the Capitol, where she's been able to talk to people who've been lining up to pay their respects to the late George H.W. Bush. Hannah, what are you hearing now?
You know, Libby, I've been talking to people with so many different types of politics who are here. I've talked to Republicans who love the Bush family, the Bush dynasty, as well as the current president. I've talked to people who are very disappointed in President Trump and love the Bush family and George Bush Sr. and have drawn that that comparison, I've talked to a number of Democrats who have come, people who are old and remember him, and those who are young and have just really only heard stories about his legacy. And people are starting to gather here as it gets a little colder at the Capitol Visitor Center, where anyone who wants to come and see the president lying in state at the Capitol Rotunda anytime between now and 7 a.m., including in the middle of the night. I would say that the crowds aren't too big right now, and you can get in if you come on down. But lots of people who have gathered to watch the politicians arrive before they begin to be allowed to go through, starting at 7:30. But a really big mix of people who are here. You can even hear a baby. The very young are also here. And we will be here talking to more people about what has brought them out here today. So back to you, Libby.
Right, great. Hannah Jewell, thank you so much. And as we watch the images here of the motorcade, I'd like to introduce David Nakamura covering the White House. Thank you so much for taking a few moments to talk with us. We've also got Greg Jaffe here. You've both been reflecting on and writing about President Trump's relationship with this former president, and also some of the contrasts that are being drawn between the legacy of President George H.W. Bush and the current administration. So let's start with where things are at. We do expect President Trump and the First Lady to attend the National Cathedral service. Yep. Right, David?
They'll attend the service, which is a distinct departure from the last big funeral of a political figure here in Washington, which was John McCain. The McCain family made clear they did not necessarily want the President of the United States to attend, and he did not. He stayed away and actually was even playing golf, I think, at some point during the day, which was a sharp image, sort of a contrasting split-screen image. This is going to be different. The President has said the right things, paid homage to the legacy, and will attend. He will not have a speaking role, though, from what we understand, and that is unusual as well for the sitting president not to speak. But perhaps it's for the better in that President Trump himself seemed to suggest that he didn't want to overshadow some of the reflections, and did not even, he canceled a press conference on Saturday down in Argentina when the news broke, I think to try to out of respect for H.W. Bush.
And we can see the motorcade there getting closer to the U.S. Capitol building as it winds its way through Capitol Hill. Greg, so many tributes have poured in from former leaders. Talk to us about the relationship that people like Barack Obama had with George H.W. Bush.
I think in a moment like this, presidents like to sort of stress their connections. They become sort of moments of bipartisanship. So, during the Nixon funeral, Clinton delivers the eulogy and, talks a little bit about his bond with Nixon, how they discussed foreign policy. Carter delivers the eulogy for Ford. So these tend to be moments where we stress what we have more in common. Presidents stress the sort of membership in this elite club rather than partisan differences. This one's a little bit different in that regard. President Trump has a harder case to make that there's any kind of bond with George H.W. Bush.
I was actually trying to sort of react over the weekend for a story about a little bit about the relationship, and emailed one of the folks who had worked for the Bush family, and I said, can you speak about the relationship? He said there wasn't much of one directly between George H.W. Bush and President Trump. Of course, President Trump had a much greater direct relationship to some degree with Jeb Bush and with George W. Bush, in the sense that he was very critical of those folks as well, and that angered George H.W. Bush.
So many faces from the past as we watch there, people who served alongside President George H.W. Bush, some who also served and helped his son. This is such a moment of history of Washington, much like when we saw Senator John McCain laid to rest and memorialized at the National Cathedral, and we saw so many people who had played a role in forming national history. We're also seeing that today, especially from this era of the 1980s and the 1990s. Greg, we'll continue watching this. We'll continue as we expect the motorcade to come there on the east side of the U.S. Capitol building. Is this a moment for America to think about comportment and how politics has changed over the decades?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly a huge change. There was probably no more sort of establishment president that we've had in recent memory than George H.W. Bush. He spent his whole life was dedicated to public service. As you look at some of those faces gathered around the Capitol, they're similar sorts of people. They're establishment figures. As somebody said to me, I think it was Richard Haas from Council on Foreign Relations, Bush didn't come to disrupt Washington, he came to improve it. Well, Trump came to Washington to blow it up, and so there's a huge difference between these two guys. And I suppose it is a moment to reflect on sort of an era that in retrospect seems less partisan and angry, although it certainly had its partisan moments. But I think it's also probably a moment to realize that that era is not coming back anytime soon, if ever, that we're in a very different moment. We might get a couple of days that are a little bit more reminiscent of that moment, but it's not coming back.
Let's go to Rhonda Colvin as the motorcade arrives. Rhonda, tell us about what you're seeing.
Right now we are seeing the motorcade arrive. We have members, representatives of all branches of the military behind me in receiving formation. So right now things are underway to receive the casket of President George H.W. Bush behind me. So you can see from behind me what's going on and that everything is getting into place to begin the lying in state process. Back to you in the studio.
Among those faces we saw lined up there, Dick Cheney, John Sununu, James Baker, who was with George H.W. Bush in the final hours of his life. What sort of legacy, not just has President George H.W. Bush left, David, but that entire cabinet, that entire generation of Republican politicians?
Well,
do we still feel them here in Washington?
Certainly you still feel that generation in Washington. I mean, Trump, of course, vanquished that generation and pointedly did so early on in the 2016 campaign, maybe even 2015 when he called Jeb Bush low energy and really sort of reordered what this party is about. I mean, this has been going on, this shift from sort of a traditional conservatism to sort of this more populist view that Trump sort of tapped into. And that has really, been something that's been reflective even of the George W. Bush days when the party was really roiled by immigration debates that persist to this day. And, there was this idea that, Barack Obama had formed a new coalition and the Republican Party was in the wilderness and needed to really find itself. In some degree, the party sort of held together in opposition to President Obama and his policies. But, and the idea would be that the Republicans needed to find a new way to speak to a broader part of the electorate. But instead, Trump has brought the party to a different view, which is, sort of retrench, really play to the base. And you see what's different about President Trump, among the many things, is that he has not tried to expand his coalition in office in any way. He's really played on the division within his own party and within the country and really sort of tried to hold on to that sort of a smaller base, but enthusiastic base, that drove him to power.
The family of George H.W. Bush gathered. They've been getting off those buses to be there for the arrival. Let's just watch for a moment as we see family, past civil servants, past public servants gathered to pay their respects in this moment. Members of the Bush family, members of the military, people who've served with him over the decades are all gathered here outside the U.S. Capitol building in Washington, D.C. There'll be a ceremony shortly in the rotunda, and our own Paul Kane is in the rotunda, and he reports that among the people who are gathered inside are 7 of the 9 Supreme Court justices. We did see Clarence Thomas, who of course was appointed by George H.W. Bush. It's part of his legacy. Ruth Bader Ginsburg and Justice Sotomayor are not there. We also saw the mayor of Washington, D.C., the governor of Maryland going in a little while ago, as well as, of course, leaders of the House and Senate and Vice President Mike Pence.
I mean, what strikes me from the images is that this is that moment where you can see sort of the office of the presidency, kind of what it means to the country, the pageantry, you know, and this is something that reminds you that this office is supposed to be bigger than politics in some ways, right? It's about governing the country as a commander-in-chief and represents that. But of course, Trump has tried to very much upend that in the way that he's sort of treated the office. And you know, some might say, well, you know, in some ways, you know, he doesn't take it so seriously, or he's able to sort of make it more of the people and more of a commonplace. He brings people to the Oval Office and always is shocked when they say they've not been invited before. You know, maybe more common man kind of approach, but he's also in some ways, I think, maybe made the office smaller in the way he's behaved, and so certainly the way his rhetoric and other actions he's taken since coming in. But moments like this, I think, show you know, that the office is probably built to survive you know, any kind of governing style.
Greg, you've reported that President Trump seems to be aware of the comparisons right now. He is taking a reflective moment, and it seems to be choosing his words carefully as he celebrates the life of President George H.W. Bush and joins the nation in mourning his passing. He's called for a national day of mourning on Wednesday. How is he taking this moment to be presidential?
I mean, this might be the most normal week of his presidency. In a very kind of abnormal presidency, this could be it. I think that certainly seems to be the goal, to make it the most normal week of his presidency.
And yet the same thing. I mean, and Greg's right. He canceled the press conference. He came back. He sent his own plane to get his predecessor. He said the right things about him, issued proclamations, lowered the flag to half staff, which he's not done at the White House in certain other cases until he was shamed into doing so. But even that, on his Twitter feed today, he had 6 or 7 really provocative tweets. One that, you know, folks are calling into question about, you know, potentially being out of bounds even on the ongoing Russia investigation. And before he even said anything about what's happening today, and when he did, it was sort of a very short tweet. You know, about you know, looking forward to sort of a gathering with the family on Wednesday. So even when he's trying to play within the bounds of sort of traditional Washington, he is struggling to do so.
And he always walks a fine line. I think he desperately wants to be sort of part of the president's club, but he also doesn't want to be part of the president's club. His brand is sort of built around being not part of the elite, but he desperately seems to crave being part of the elite. So it's.
And that's what will be fascinating about Wednesday, when we see him together with his predecessors, including Barack Obama and Bill Clinton and others who he's criticized.
So we will see the gathering at the National Cathedral for the funeral. We'll see these past presidents, and we will see the current president, Donald Trump, as well as the First Lady, Melania Trump, not expected to speak, as you pointed out, which is not typical. Frankly, you'd normally expect the current president to speak.
Delivered some words, yes, and you know, I don't know.
Clinton spoke at Nixon, and Jimmy Carter spoke at Gerald Ford's, as did George W. Bush.
President 43 right there, George W. Bush with his wife Laura Bush, members of the Bush family. I think 17 grandchildren, 8 great-grandchildren rather. The family, a huge part of George H.W. Bush's point of pride and part of what he was so proud of.
In some ways, that's one thing he shares with President Trump, a great pride in sort of family and kids. It's probably one thing that they could have bonded over.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, obviously, this goes almost without saying that, you know, this is a son who has a relationship with a father and a past president who has a relationship with a previous president, and so they're forged through common experience under the hottest crucible, but also have a different relationship when they're off stage, right? And so the reporting that George Bush 41's final words were "I love you" to his son. I mean, that's powerful for any father and son, right? But obviously also sort of a passing of the torch to his son and to the next generations as the patriarch of the family is something that's very poignant under any circumstance. And you just wonder what's going through the former President 43's head right now as he's thinking about all of those things, probably emotional a little bit about coming back to Washington in this way and standing in the spotlight in this way, that he'll be with his peers, other presidents, but he will be the center of a lot of the attention, as well, of course, as the memory of his father.
casket of the late President George H.W. Bush brought into the U.S. Capitol building. Karen, the honor guard, escorted it up the steps, and we heard the 21-gun salute as members of President George H.W. Bush's family watched to pay their respects. You see there now Bush 43, George W. Bush and his wife Laura Bush. We've also seen a lot of people who served with both these men through the years. A lot of faces from the 1980s and 1990s on hand today here in Washington as they pay their respects. Ceremony in the U.S. Capitol to get underway in just a few moments, where the Speaker of the House, the Majority Leader of the Senate, and the Vice President will all make remarks, and we'll see laying of wreaths. And then the American public can begin paying their respects this evening at 7:30. The body will lie in state tomorrow in the U.S. Capitol building. Americans can go and pay their respects and visit, and then we'll see on Wednesday the national service at the National Cathedral, where former presidents as well as President Trump will be on hand to pay their respects. Such a beautiful night in Washington.
It is. It's these sort of moments of tradition and ceremony. They really do kind of bring goosebumps. I'm also struck by the music that I assume the family chose for his entry into the Capitol. A series of very, very traditional hymns. It also sort of bonds both the ceremony, the pageantry of the country, but also the faith element of this.
You see there Colin Powell, other men and women who served under President George H.W. Bush, President Reagan, as well as President George W. Bush. You can see there John Sununu among that line coming in. What does it mean to have all these faces gathered in Washington, Karen?
Well, everyone looks somewhat older than they did back in those days, but it's just a reminder of the other thing is how much kind of connective tissue there was from one Bush administration to the next. James Baker served both the father and the son. Dick Cheney served both the father and the son. And so we're seeing a lot of those faces as well. I just noticed on Twitter, Lynn Sweet noted Lynn Martin, the former congresswoman from Illinois who had actually played Geraldine Ferraro, the vice presidential nominee of the Democrats in 1984 debate prep, was there. Again, it's just a reminder of so many chapters in this life that, spanned 94 momentous years of our history and in fact helped guide that history.
Someone who's noticeably absent is Barbara Bush, who passed away 7 months ago. And the nation mourned that loss. And George H.W. Bush, many people wondered, frankly, how long he would live without her, married for over 70 years. This has been a tough year for the Bush family.
Yes, and their love is, Barbara Bush said that it always made their kids cringe, that each of them had married the first person they kissed. And, it was just an extraordinary marriage, an extraordinary partnership.
George H.W. Bush, not only the former president of the United States, also a veteran. In fact, the last World War II veteran. to hold the office of the presidency. He enlisted at the age of 18, was one of the youngest pilots, was actually shot down over the Pacific and survived that, even though 2 of his crew members were killed. He came home and did what he'd hoped to do, which was marry Barbara Bush and then go on to Yale and begin a career in the oil industry, as well as start running for office. He lost 2 Senate campaigns but was elected to Congress, and that began a life of public service.
Yes, and yeah, you're sitting here looking at, you know, in some cases, the members of Congress who were, you know, barely out of college during the Bush presidency.
Speaker Ryan there with his wife, Majority Leader McConnell there with his wife, who of course is Elaine Chao, serving in the cabinet.
Let us pray. We give you thanks, Almighty God, for the appearance among us of great men and women who serve as inspirations for all Americans to be their best in service to God, country, and neighbor. This day, we honor our 41st President, George H.W. Bush. President Bush dedicated his entire life to public service as a vocation, first in the military, then as a member of Congress, a diplomat, director of the CIA, vice president, and finally, president. It is a record of service reminiscent of John Quincy Adams and unmatched in nearly a century. We thank you, O God, for having endowed President Bush with noblesse oblige, and ask that his example of service to others might be an inspiration to all Americans, indeed to all the world. As we continue this celebration of honor, grant that all who attend to these proceedings might be desirous of being our best selves in service to all our brothers and sisters, as you might call us to be. Dear Lord, thank you for inspiring such greatness in President George H.W. Bush, and continue to bless the United States of America. Amen.
"30 years ago, on the west front of this Capitol, George Herbert Walker Bush addressed the nation for the first time as our president. He said, "We meet on democracy's front porch, a good place to talk as neighbors and as friends." The words of a humble servant who loved his fellow citizens, and of a principled leader who knew America not only guards our own future, but also safeguards democracy for the world. Today, this hero has returned to the Capitol a final time, not on the front porch of our democracy this time, but here in its hallowed cathedral, beneath paintings that tell the story of our land and our liberty, and flanked by statues of his fellow champions whom he joined in making that story possible. George Bush was just a teenager when he volunteered for military service and became the Navy's youngest aviator. He was only 20 on that September day in 1944 when his plane was hit on a bombing run. But through the fire and smoke, George Bush stayed steady at the controls. Only once he accomplished his mission did he parachute out over the Pacific. A steady hand, staying the course. That's what George Bush gave us for decades. Decorated aviator, congressman, ambassador to the United Nations, envoy to China, CIA director, 8 years as vice president, and our commander-in-chief. Through the Cold War and the Soviet Union's collapse, he kept us on course. When the rule of law needed defending in the Persian Gulf, he kept us on course. With his even temperament and hard-won expertise, George Herbert Walker Bush steered this country as straight as he steered that airplane. He kept us flying high and challenged us to fly higher still. And he did it with modesty and kindness that would have been surprising in someone 1/10 as tough and accomplished as he was. The patriot who lies before us was blessed with many gifts, but there was no doubt which he prized most of all. A great love story began at that Christmas dance when George Bush met Barbara Pierce, and the grace and virtue they taught their children have enriched this nation through a family of leaders. Today, the nation stands with that family, with our 43rd president, with Jeb, Neil, Marvin, and Doro, and all the Bush grandchildren and great-grandchildren. We stand with you in mourning, but also in gratitude. Gratitude for lives well lived and duties thoroughly fulfilled. Gratitude that God gave this country George and Barbara Bush. and that they may now be reunited in the light of his grace.
As Americans, we have no more solemn duty than laying a great patriot to rest. Here lies a great man. To the Bush family, on behalf of the whole House, Republicans and Democrats, we are profoundly sorry for your loss, and we are honored to celebrate this wonderful life with you. Like so many, I feel a personal debt of gratitude today, a sentiment no doubt countless millions of Americans are feeling at this moment. The 1988 campaign, that was the first one I was ever involved with. We handed out literature at the Janesville Craig Cougar ball games and at the Rock County 4-H fair. I remember going to this big rally at Miami of Ohio the day after the first debate. The whole experience really drew me into politics. He was the first president I had the chance to vote for. And he was the first president to teach me and many of us that in a democracy, sometimes you fall short. And that how you handle that is just as important as how you win. An old preacher once said, "Grace is but glory begun, and glory is but grace perfected." Grace is but glory begun, and glory is but grace perfected. Glory is transcendent in the life of our republic. This rotunda is a trumpet call to glory. Tributes to the giants all the way up into the sky. Grace is different. It's more elemental. It is not larger than life. It is the stuff of life, the connective tissue in a free society. It deepens the well of our common humanity. Throughout his life of service, President Bush personified grace. His character was second to none. He reached the heights of power with uncommon humility. He made monumental contributions to freedom with a fundamental decency that resonates across generations. No one better harmonized the joy of life and the duty of life. There's that indelible image of him as Commander-in-Chief during the Gulf War, waving to a sea of troops during a visit during Thanksgiving. There are all these images we have of him as a devoted husband, that twinkle in his eye that Barbara always brought out, especially in those big, huge family photos you all had in Kennebunkport. This one I will never forget. There was that image of him as a loving father reaching out to hold his son's hand at the National Cathedral after 9/11. There's this letter he wrote his children on the last day of 1990 as he wrestled with a decision over Operation Desert Storm. He begins by recounting the family Christmas, and he apologized if he seemed distracted. "I tried not to be," he writes. Then for about a page, he elaborates on his struggle over sending young Americans into harm's way. Twice in the letter, he writes, "Every human life is precious." And the original copy, he adds by hand a note wishing his family a new year. in consequential times, George Herbert Walker Bush demonstrated the finest qualities of our nation and of humankind. A great leader and a good man. A gentle soul of firm resolve. He showed us that how we live is as important as what we achieve. His life was a hymn of honor. His legacy is grace perfected. His memory will belong to glory. God bless the 41st President of the United States.
Speaker Ryan, Leader McConnell, Leader Schumer, Leader Pelosi, members of Congress, distinguished guests, but most of all, President George W. Bush, Governor Jeb Bush, Neil, Marvin, Doro, and the entire Bush family. It is deeply humbling to stand before you today at the beginning of a week in our nation's capital when we will commemorate and celebrate the lifetime of service and leadership of the 41st President of the United States, President George Herbert Walker Bush. The Bible tells us to mourn with those who mourn and grieve with those who grieve. And today, on behalf of the First Family and my family and the American people, we offer our deepest sympathies and respects to your family. And we thank you for sharing this special man with our nation and the world. Today, President Bush becomes the 32nd American to lie in state in the United States Capitol Rotunda. Soon, Americans from every corner of the country and every walk of life will make their way to this rotunda to pay the respects of a grateful nation. Upon the death of Abner, it is written that King David said, "Do you not realize that a commander and a great man has fallen in Israel this day?" George Herbert Walker Bush was such a man. While he was known as the quiet man, it was not for lack of nerve or daring, for in all of his 94 years, President Bush never lost his love of adventure, and he never failed to answer the call to serve his country. Born into a tradition of public service, George Herbert Walker Bush began his own life of service when he was still in high school. After the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor in December of 1941, he wanted to do his part, so he enlisted in the United States Navy on his 18th birthday. On receiving his wings, he became the nation's youngest naval aviator and was sent to the South Pacific, where his story almost ended. September 1944, on a bombing raid over Chichijima, his aircraft was hit. His engine caught fire, but he still managed to hit his target before bailing out and being rescued by American forces after some 4 hours at sea. All told, he flew 58 combat missions. And for his bravery under fire, he earned the Distinguished Flying Cross, which would have been enough honor for any American life. But George Herbert Walker Bush was just getting started. After he came home, he staked his claim to a booming post-war America by making a name for himself in the oil business. For 4 years, he walked these halls as a congressman from Houston. President Nixon took notice of the young Texan and asked him to be our ambassador to the United Nations. He led our party during a tumultuous time for the presidency And after earning the respect of another president, he did the work of a diplomat as the first United States envoy to China and led the CIA. And then, for 8 years, George Herbert Walker Bush served as the 43rd Vice President of the United States. I'm told as he was preparing to become Vice President, he once joked about the job, saying that there was, quote, nothing substantive to do at all. But as history records, during those years, he set the standard as a sound counselor and loyal advisor to an outsider who came to Washington, D.C. to shake things up, cut taxes, rebuild the military, and together they did just that. And then, in 1988, he made history again, when George Herbert Walker Bush was elected in a landslide as the 41st President of the United States of America, becoming the first sitting Vice President to win the presidency in more than 150 years of our history. He served during an uncertain time in the world, made momentous by his leadership. President Bush oversaw the fall of the Soviet Union, the crumbling of the Berlin Wall, and under his leadership, America won the Cold War. He took our nation to war to repel aggression in the Persian Gulf, and through his leadership as Commander-in-Chief and the brilliance of our armed forces, the United States won a decisive victory. When President George Herbert Walker Bush left office, he left America and the world more peaceful, prosperous, and secure. President Bush was a great leader who made a great difference in the life of this nation. But he was also just a good man who was devoted to his wife, his family, and his friends. I was lucky enough to meet him in 1988 when he was vice president, and I was a 29-year-old just getting started in politics. Then, as always, I was struck by his approachability. There was a kindness about the man that was evident to everyone who ever met him. All his years in public service were characterized by kindness, modesty, and patriotism. He was so modest, in fact, that he never wrote an autobiography. But he did leave a record of his life in the thousands of letters that he wrote. I'm told that he started writing letters to his parents when he was 18 years old. And over time, his circle of correspondence grew to include family, friends, advisors, staff, business associates, former presidents, and just about anyone who would take the trouble to write to him. After a lifetime of writing letters, my son got one just not too long ago. As I told two of his sons this weekend, when our son made his first tailhook landing as a Marine aviator on the USS George Herbert Walker Bush, I took the liberty of writing the ship's namesake to ask for a small favor. I didn't write him as a vice president to a former president. I just wrote as a proud dad of a Marine aviator to a former Navy pilot. I asked him to sign a picture of the flight deck that I could give to my son. Now, we were told by the staff that the president had long since ended the practice of signing autographs, and we understood that. But little to my surprise, just in time for my son's winging, there came not only a signed photograph, but, of course, a letter, hand-signed as well, August 2018. In that letter, President Bush wrote to my son, in his words, "Congratulations on receiving your wings of gold. I know how proud you and your family are at this moment." And then, in words that assured us that the letter came directly from him, He wrote, quote, "Though we have not met, I share the pride your father has for you during this momentous occasion, and I wish you many CAVU days ahead. All the best, G. Bush." I would come to learn that that acronym, CAVU for short, is a term Navy pilots have used since World War II. It stands for Ceiling and Visibility Unlimited. President Bush described CAVU in his words as the kind of weather we Navy pilots wanted when we were to fly off our carrier in the Pacific. And he once wrote a letter to his children saying that CAVU, in his words, describes my own life as it's been over the years and as it is right now. Ceiling and visibility unlimited. You know, that may well describe the essence of this man. And it may well have been his vision. The vision he had for his life, for his children, his children's children, and his country. No barriers, no boundaries, no limits. So we mourn with those who mourn and grieve with those who grieve. But we do not grieve like those who have no hope. For President George Herbert Walker Bush had that hope. His faith sustained him throughout his life of service, and we pray that faith will be a source of comfort for all those who mourn the loss of this good man and great American. President George Herbert Walker Bush loved his family, and he served his country. His example will always inspire, and his lifetime of service will be enshrined in the hearts of the American people forever. May God bless the memory of George Herbert Walker Bush. May God comfort his family and friends. And may God continue to bless the United States of America.
Let us pray. Eternal Father, strong to save, in whom we live and move and have our being, we praise you for your generous providence that provided our nation and world with the gift of your servant, President George Herbert Walker Bush. Lord, we're grateful for the privilege you gave us to learn and grow from his integrity, kindness, heroism, courage, excellence, service, intellect, humility, civility, and spirituality. As we celebrate this well-lived life, challenge us, O God, to also leave the world better than we found it. Continue to comfort those who mourn. Touch each member of the Bush family with your mercy, love, and grace. And God, support us all the day long until the shadows lengthen and the evening comes and the busy world lies hushed and the fever of life is over and our work is done. Then, in your mercy, grant us a safe lodging and a holy rest and a peace at last. We pray in the name of George Herbert Walker Bush's Savior and friend, Jesus Christ. Amen.
The children of George H.W. Bush and Barbara Bush leaving the Capitol Rotunda. 5 surviving children. They lost one daughter at the age of 3. And George Herbert Walker Bush will be buried with Barbara Bush and their young daughter, Robin Bush, back in Texas. But right now, the ceremony and memorial is all about his Washington years and this moment for Washington and the nation to collectively say goodbye. I'm Libby Casey, and you're watching live coverage from here at the Washington Post. I'm joined by Karen Tumulty, columnist who covers national politics and covered the Bush years. Karen, what are your final thoughts here as we see leaders of the Senate, the House, the Vice President honor George H.W. Bush?
Well, the whole arrival ceremony is, they had a long time to plan for this, and you can just feel it's done with perfection. It's a nod to tradition. It's a nod to the great institutions of Washington, of which he was a part. It's a nod to faith. It just feels very much like George Herbert Walker Bush.
Moments of his biography pointed out by the leaders of the House, Senate, and the Vice President, everything from his days as a young naval pilot to what a great contrast, being sworn in as president on the other side of this Capitol building, and now his last trip to the Capitol saying goodbye. You can see there this incredible bird's eye view image of the casket on top of the Lincoln catafalque. That is the catafalque, the structure that held the casket of President Lincoln. So an incredible, rich tradition here as we see the Vice President and Mrs. Pence, as well as other leaders, say their goodbyes. Karen, how is this evening of note and special compared to the other events we'll be seeing over the next couple of days as the former president lies in state?
Well, I think that this event, and again, the people coming forward to give tribute, this really is a nod to history and institutions and the role and place he had in them. I think that we will hear the great soaring rhetoric, the great tributes to him, the more personal ones coming in both the National Cathedral and the service in Texas.
All right, Karen Tumulty, thank you. Let's go now to Rhonda Colvin, who joins us from the east side of the Capitol to give us her reflections on what's happened there tonight. Rhonda, thanks for joining us.
You know, one of the things that I noticed while the motorcade entered this area behind me is there was a moment of stillness among all people in this area, from the security teams that are off camera to my right, and also other members of the media who are surrounding us right now. Everyone seemed to be in a calm, so that was something that is a takeaway from being in this position and watching this as it unfolded. The other takeaway that I have from this evening is that you see how well executed these moments are with our military and our law enforcement. It seems as if it's a well-oiled machine, but these things only happen infrequently. So they executed it to the T, and it was really interesting to watch. So right now, most of those security vehicles have pulled away, and the members of the Honor Guard have left. And I think this starts the beginning of the two-day memorial while George H.W. Bush is lying in state. So I will send that back to you in the studio.
All right, thanks so much, Rhonda Colvin. Let's take a look at what's unfolding over the next couple of days. Americans can pay their respects to the late President George H.W. Bush overnight tonight into tomorrow and until Wednesday morning. So the Capitol Rotunda is an open place to go. There are certain regulations and rules. You can't obviously bring in food and drink, and no flowers, no weapons, but otherwise, the American public is allowed in through the Capitol Visitor Center to pay their respects. Then on Wednesday morning, the body of George H.W. Bush will depart the U.S. Capitol and arrive at the National Cathedral, and that is where there will be the state funeral. And we expect the likes of former presidents as well as President Trump to be there. After the National Cathedral service, President George H.W. Bush will head back to Andrews and then to Texas and Ellington Field, and the casket will arrive at St. Martin's Episcopal Church, where there will be a funeral service on Thursday morning. After that, the body of President George H.W. Bush heads to Texas A&M, and that is where he will be buried at the George Bush Presidential Library and Museum alongside his wife of more than 70 years, Barbara, who passed away just 7 months ago, and their young daughter, Robin. The Post's Lee Powell and Nicole Ellis join us now from the president's late hometown of Houston, and that, of course, is where the president's body will arrive on Wednesday. Nicole, what's going on in Houston?
Hi, Libby. Thanks so much for having us. We are again outside of St. Martin Episcopal Church, where they're preparing for the following arrangements. After the president's body arrives here Wednesday, he will lie in repose where the public can pay their respects. The funeral will take place closed, as you've already said, Thursday morning. But here locally, Houstonians are paying their own respects in their own right as well. Tonight at 7 p.m., Mayor Sylvester Turner will host a memorial for him, and people are being asked to wear and donate their socks in homage to President Bush's love of colorful socks. And then from there, sort of picking up where we left off, after the funeral Thursday, his body will depart by train. And Lee, you can tell us a little bit more about that.
Right, that's a little unusual mode of transportation, maybe these days, but it's really not. In the history of the United States, there's a tradition of funeral trains with presidents. I can think of Abraham Lincoln, President Franklin Roosevelt as two examples of being transported to their burial sites by train. So he will be leaving just outside of Houston on train, by rail, on the Union Pacific Railroad, going to College Station. It's about a 70-mile trip, should take about 2.5 hours. And the one interesting thing about that journey is the locomotive pulling this consist of cars with family members and with the casket is numbered 4141. It was dedicated in 2005, and it's painted in sort of an Air Force One like color scheme of light blue, gray, white with the presidential seal on it. And when it was dedicated in 2005, Bush saw that and asked if he could come and pilot the locomotive. And with a little bit of quick training by the Union Pacific, he actually did hop in the cab and it was under his command for about 2 miles or so. So he did get the training on the train and, in fact, was at the helm for a bit in locomotive 4141, of course, being the 41st president of the United States.
We are looking forward to sharing even more of the memories of Houstonians and both of us as Texans reporting from Texas. It's an honor to be a part of this, and we look forward to sharing more from St. Martin's and beyond. Back to you, Libby.
Nicole Ellis and Lee Powell in Houston, thank you so much. And you see here, as everyone has come out of the U.S. Capitol building, the Bush family is getting back on those buses. We'll continue to bring you these images of President George H.W. Bush as he lies in state here in the U.S. Capitol building. Thank you so much for watching. Please subscribe so you don't miss any of our coverage, both this week and ongoing. And to those of you who've already subscribed, thank you for supporting our journalism on this historic day. We'll continue to bring you live images from inside the Capitol Rotunda tomorrow, and then as there is the state funeral and as there are more funeral services on Thursday, we will bring that all to you live here at the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey. Thank you and good night.
6:30 p.m. No, we're going to open early. Yeah, let's see what happens. Okay. So if we could just, if you don't have a reason to be in the room and you can leave the room while the cameras get a shot.
I'm going to ask everybody kind of step back so we can get some nice clean pictures of the room.
hold on. Get on headset for a second. Trust me. Your key's open. Oh. Well, they're planning on using that camera. All right, hold on. I'm yelling at him. No, you're wrong. Get on headset.
Yo, going live.
Sorry, my bad. Yeah. So here. You're the airport, right? Bull's here, yeah. All right. Yeah, it's probably gonna. The main one will be that camera there, but we have them coming all the way in from the street. It'll make me to get it. That's all I want to do. All right, thank you. Yeah, go get warm. Joe have his, Joe just have like that effect mic cranked up? Joe have like that effect? Is there a mic on camera 4? I think he has it cranked way up because I keep hearing him on camera like moving controls. So his mix, when I'm hearing the program 1, is pretty lively with his sound. I thought his key was open, his headset. He didn't have a headset here. I'm hearing him on that camera. I think Joe has him up pretty high. If he brings the camera one down, then I don't think we'll hear him. Well, there's not a cable on that one. Oh, is that what's on the railing? Yeah, he's just lying. I think he just has it up. They're in the room now. You know, they're in the room, so they switched up that sound. Okay, cool. Yeah, because they may have stepped out. I'm hearing way more stuff in there. No. Just let me know where you're going, okay? Oh yeah, no, they're not gonna be inside. They're just taking in their shot. You're good. Alrighty.
Hey, Ron. Hey,
Okay. Dude, you can't do that again. We're gonna fire you Friday. You mind coming in tomorrow? I'll probably fire you. Yeah, next week we'll call you. Today you're in trouble. Tomorrow we'll see you tomorrow morning. But you're in trouble. But you're in trouble. But be on time. See you tomorrow morning. Okay? Well, we're gonna need you on Saturday. No, I missed the trip in the fall. I always love it. He was nice. It's really fun. So fun. Nice. Yeah.
Yes, Chris and Okay, I'm gonna go wander, and then I'll come back. I'm gonna go wander, and then there's gonna be a lot to do here. That's the good news.
We still have to sort of hang out for a little bit.
But Annie was very much in the opinion that once things die down, orders to leave. If I can, yeah, what that means realistically is like in an hour, we should be reevaluating things. What time is it now? It's probably 8:30? 9 o'clock? 8:40? Yeah.
Hopefully somebody actually did this. Well, we knew somebody else had it. So, yeah.
Just like drops so light drop so quickly. Yeah. Who's your dark pictures? Are you, how long are you guys? Stop. Word up.
You got a beach chair under this black thing.
You're gonna sleep in here. In a little coffin. It's not a light. That would be nice to get.
It's like on the point.
Yeah. So, yeah, down close to the road. So, he was So he comes out, and I'm standing in the door, so I walk away. I know most of it. How did you go fishing 4 o'clock? Then usually you get some ballpark.
Right, sure. Right.
Every time you do that, you have to go back. So you can call back.
Right.
It's coming down. There's a traffic and stop. So I'm going to see the back. He turns around and like, why are you sitting there? I'm like, that's my seat. No, this thing's for you. And he looks at me and says, no.
Exactly.
Yeah, sir.
No supervisor here.
Yeah. We just drove. That's not me.
See, that's a person. People don't relax. Like, they're humans too. They don't have to be like robots on TV. At the end of the day, they have families. It's like working up there. Everybody thinks these 5 are going to do it. It's like, at the end of the day, they got families too. You might not agree with them. You might not like them.
They're like 43 and his wife.
Yep. He can't help himself. He can't stand still to save it.
He's just saying what he wants.
She's a jerk.
Maybe now.
Yeah. Just the background here of the stories is so interesting. Mm-hmm. I have some friends who are on UD. I went to high school with. Same thing. So ask somebody who's an agent. Do you think it should be the same unit? Do you think you guys should be the same unit? The UD and agent. Do you think that you should maintain their separate missions, if you will?
Oh, very. to go back out in the community. So that's one of the expenses involved.
I see you shaking your head. Do something too.
Yes. Right.
Hey, Red.
Thank you very much for being in line and waiting all this time.
Okay, good. Mark, too. Nice to meet you. Thank you, too.
Thank you.
Don't make me do that again.
more or less killed me. So many times we'll go outside of course, and we go
I'm so tired. Great to see you. I'm sorry for that.
Well, I'm actually going to go physical therapy.
How are you doing?
It's not. It's stiffness. It's just that. It's just I had another hip replacement. Yeah, no, it's good. It's a miracle. It's just it's a lot